Thanks, Matt. Fenway Park celebrated its 100th anniversary yesterday by hosting who else? The Yankees. 2012 has started off in frustrating fashion, but there is a long way to go as the Yankees and Red Sox start the second century at Fenway. We continue today on Fox. As you can see, the weather could not be any better at Fenway Park. That guy's excited to be here at the stadium, and we're glad you're with us today on the Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week. David Ortiz and the Red Sox, Derek Jeter and the Yankees getting set for baseball, and it's all right there in your living room right here on Fox. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. That's Tim McCarver. Ken Rosenthal's coming up. Been a lot flying around Fenway Park here recently. It's been a weird start for them, and in particular, the starting rotation has really struggled for Boston so far. Well, their pitching staff has been woeful, the lowest earned run average in baseball. And consider this statistic. It jumps out at you as a very glaring thing. The Red Sox have played 13 games. They've been ahead in 26 innings. That's not a good offense either. Well, and if you talk about good offense, that leads you right to the other side in Derek Jeter, who last year people said, well, he's running out of gas. Now they're saying as a 37-year-old shortstop, he's a bargain making what he's making. He's been phenomenal. If last year he was running out of gas, this year he's been refueled. He's 37 years old. He's playing like he's in his early 20s. No telling how much longer he can go on. He is the DH today as we get ready on a beautiful day here at Fenway Park. Yesterday, a very emotional day at this great ballpark, this great landmark. And some nice moments prior to the ball game. And so now here we go. Yankees, Red Sox, and it's all coming up next on Fox. Cloudy, may get some rain tonight. Maybe dealing with some rain tomorrow for the finale of this series. And the Red Sox trying to make sure tomorrow is the rubber game of this set. The opening pitch is coming up, and it's brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And they were called the Highlanders back when these two teams opened up Fenway Park in 1912. They went to the Yankees in 1913, and here's their lineup. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Liv Moss. It's Derek Jeter leading it off. He's the DH. Then Nick Swisher bats second. He's off to a good start. Cano starting to heat up. A-Rod went deep yesterday. He's the third baseman. Teixeira at first. Granderson had a 3-homer game this week against the Twins. Andrew Jones in left. Russell Martin does the catching, and Eduardo Nunez gets the start defensively at short while Jeter DHs. And here is Felix Doubront, the young left-hander who, if you talk to the Red Sox personnel, they'll tell you he's got a lot of confidence for a guy who hasn't started a bunch of games.
Outstanding poise for a young man in only his 6th start. 5 starts in his career. He can use all his pitches effectively as a starter. In other words, when he was in the bullpen, he had to use that arm, use that vibrant left arm of his, and throw that exploding fastball. He couldn't use his changeup, but as a starter, he can and will.
He's got great velocity, as Tim said. He can hit 95 on a radar gun, and he will deal with Derek Jeter first in, and he is off to a .359 start. 4 home runs already. He didn't homer all of last April. 11 RBIs for a guy who is a career .313 hitter. And since that 5-for-5 day last year on July 9th, everybody keeps citing that date because he went to the 3,000 hit plateau and beyond. And he is hitting .342 since.
You don't see a center fielder playing Derek Jeter that deep as Cody Ross is for the Sox.
I would think Ross would probably play a lot of guys deep.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Here's a foul backing out of play. This Red Sox team is without Jacoby Ellsbury. He's starting to feel a little bit better, but it's at least a month until he's back around even thinking about playing. There is no Carl Crawford. Even yesterday's replacement, Jason Repko, he hurt his shoulder banging into the wall in left center field, so they're down to Ross again in center, and he would rather go in instead of go back on a ball hit at him. Jeter slaps one foul right side. In the hole, a ball and 2 strikes. Here are the numbers from that July 9th date when he went deep for hit number 3,000 against David Price. And he's hitting .342 since. Great on base percentage, leading it off for the Yankees, and he takes a ball up and away. 2-2. Yankees check in at 8-6. They go to Texas after this, and then they're home against Detroit. The Red Sox are excited about the schedule relenting a little bit, getting a chance to play against some lesser teams. Here's a fly ball, base hit into right, and Jeter is on to start the day for New York. Take a look at the Red Sox defensively. It's brought to you by Scott's. And you think about the payroll of this Red Sox team, and you look at that outfield: McDonald, Ross, and Sweeney, left to right, with Euclid, Aviles, the shortstop, Pedroia, Adrian Gonzalez, the great first baseman. Catcher is Saltalamacchia, with Doubront on the mound, and the lefty has already given up a hit. Hit number 31-12 puts Jeter on and brings in Swisher. He's tied for first in the AL with his 14 RBIs. Takes the ball high.
Joe, I know a lot has been made of the Red Sox schedule thus far. They're 4-9 against the elite teams. Let me tell you something. Every team you're playing is an elite team, and the Red Sox know that. Last year they played the Baltimore Orioles the last 3, and that was part of that 7-20 record. And the Orioles playing everybody tough last September.
What a start it's been for Bobby Valentine, as he's found his way into hot water with comments that he's made. It's been dissected during the week from what he said last Sunday on a sports television show. He's already had to apologize to Kevin Euclid. Hard hit, should be 2. 6-4-3. Double play turned by Aviles and Pedroia.
Like a nice fitting pair of pants. Tailor made. One hop, Swisher easily a double play.
And it brings in Cano, who will step in with the bases empty, 2 down. Red Sox had that rough start to the season. They went on that opening road trip. Came home, won the first 3 at home against Tampa Bay. Now they've lost 4 straight. During that time, they've been outscored 31-8. Cano spins on a ball down and in, ball 1.
Joey did the second game of the season for the Red Sox when they played in Detroit. We were talking about how it's more important this year to get off to a fast start. Well, they haven't. They've got a lot to do to get back to a respectable record.
That's it on the hands of Cano, and the count is 2-0. Cano is a career .354 hitter here at Fenway Park. That is the 4th best ever since baseball went to divisional play in '69. That's strike 1. And now the 4 keys to the game.
Well, from a Red Sox standpoint, they're going to try to get ahead. I mean, as we said in the opening, they led in only 26 innings thus far this year. Ivan Nova needs some help. He's 3-0. The rest of the Yankee staff has not been pitching well.
Yeah, even Sabathia has been. He's coming off a win. He gets the ball tomorrow night against Daniel Bard, but he hasn't been CC-like here at the start. Breaking ball a little high and tight. Now the count 3-1. As we talked about in our Fox Watch, there are starting pitching questions for both the Yankees and the Red Sox. That's a walk. As Cano got a whiff of that pitch up and in, and it keeps the inning alive for Rodriguez. A-Rod strides to the plate with 631 home runs, and a guy who pounded one yesterday up over the seats on top of the Green Monster against Clay Buchholz. So far, the Yankees have only 2 RBIs out of their cleanup spot in their lineup. As that one gets away, and Saltalamacchia chases down a passed ball. That'll send Cano to second.
He tried to squeeze that too quickly, and that ball hit the heel of the glove. Sometimes a catcher knows a fastball is coming and closes it too tightly too quickly, and that's what Saltalamacchia did. That's a pass ball.
And it gives the easier RBI chance for Rodriguez, who's hit 52 with 631 home runs against Boston. Out of play off to the right, 1 ball, 1 strike. When Freddie Garcia takes the mound in the bottom of this inning, it will mark, as you look at what he's done against left-handed pitching, Alex Rodriguez, mark the first time in the Yankees Red Sox history the 2 Venezuelan-born starters will oppose each other. Should end the inning. Aviles gets the high hop. The inning is over. So DuBrant gives up the leadoff hit, a 2-out walk. Strands 1 after a half at Fenway Park. No score. Pitching to stay in that rotation, and here's the lineup for the Red Sox, brought to you by Taco Bell. Liv Moss, Mike Aviles leads it off. Then it's Ryan Sweeney in right. Dustin Pedroia hits third. Adrian Gonzalez at first base. David Ortiz, the DH. Euclid, who homered out of that number 6 spot. That's where he hits now. He's at third. Saltalamacchia does the catching. Cody Ross is in center. Darnell McDonald is out in left and batting ninth. There's Freddie Garcia, the right-hander, who has struggled in his first 2 starts this season. There are his numbers. In fact, in his first start, he threw 5 wild pitches and came back. Was a loser on Monday against Minnesota. 5 earned runs, 9 hits in 5 2/3 innings, and he misses high. Ball 1 to Aviles.
That's 5 wild pitches in his first start. Last year, he had only 4 all year.
Here's a 1-0. The pitch that was up. Ball and a strike. Talking to Bobby Valentine about the attack against Freddie Garcia, and this is usually a mark of the Red Sox anyway, is to be patient and make Garcia throw strikes and then attack those strikes. He had Aviles off balance, 1 out. Here's the defense for the Yankees. It's brought to you by Scotts. That was Andrew Jones in left. He made the catch. Anderson in center, Swisher in right. A-Rod at third, Nunez at short, Cano at second, Teixeira at first, and a battery of Garcia and Russell Martin. Brings in Ryan Sweeney, who leads this Red Sox team in hitting, at least average-wise, and he takes a strike. Hitting .405, he is not a power corner outfielder. 14 career home runs as he takes outside, and the count evens a ball and a strike.
But the hitting instructor for the Red Sox, Dave Magadan, told me that he can be. The one thing that a young hitter has a tough time doing is hitting to pitch counts. And by that, we mean with the count 2-0, 2-1, or 3-1, sit on something inside, the inside part of the plate. Mags, in a very candid comment, said he hits major league pitching like I did. You know, he's afraid to swing through a pitch. You can't do that unless there are 2 strikes on you, as there are now.
Here is a 1-2 from Garcia, and he had Sweeney out in front a bit. Ryan with a ground ball foul. Freddie Garcia is an interesting story, and he was part of that pipeline that the Houston Astros had back in the late 80s, early 90s, with Venezuela and all the talent that country produced. As that pitch is up and away, there was this guy, Freddie Garcia. There was Bobby Abreu, Johan Santana. It's all in the same organization, the Astros. Melvin Mora, Carlos Guillen. Garcia has had a unique career as he misses down and in. It's a full count. Former power guy that has had to reinvent himself. Right now has the advantage of throwing that splitter, that split-fingered fastball, out of the sunlight into the shadow that's engulfed home plate. He is more of a trick shot guy now than just a power guy. And Sweeney keeps it full.
Here's the count Bobby Valentine was talking about before the game. Take the walks. If the ball's off the plate with 3 balls on you, don't be too anxious. Take the walk.
Went down to get it, loops it into left, and that's a base hit. Might be 2. Andrew Jones gets to it, and Sweeney's got a 1-out double here in the first.
Boy, that was served nicely the other way. This pitch may have been low, but too close to take, and Sweeney does it. Good stroke to left field. And a runner in scoring position for the Red Sox.
For Dustin Pedroia, who came to the defense of his teammate during the week, Kevin Euclid. On the heels of the Bobby Valentine quote, which, as I mentioned, Bobby has apologized to Kevin Euclid about, saying that Kevin wasn't physically or emotionally into the game as he has been in the past for some reason. It was Dustin Pedroia, who is, as you said 2 weeks ago, the de facto team leader and captain, it feels like, with this Red Sox club since Varitek, the captain, retired. who came out and said that's not the way we do things around here. Maybe that worked in Japan, but not with this group, and he'll find that out. Here is a 1-0. Over but low, 2-0. Andy Pettit is up over 60 pitches now in his minor league rehab starts. He has his next one coming up at Double-A. He's not that far away from rejoining the Yankees. This one is foul, and that's why these starts are so important for Freddie Garcia if he wants to last, because the pecking order would seem to be, Tim, he would still come in behind Phil Hughes.
No question.
Even though Phil has struggled here at the start of the year.
Phil won his last start, but worked 5 1/3, gave up 6 earned runs. But you're right, he's ahead of Freddie Garcia in that pecking order.
Count now 2-1 on Pedroia, who was driven in 5, hit 3 home runs. That leads this Boston team. It's backing out of play in a 2-2 count. Pedroia trying to give this sold-out Fenway Park a charge.
Sold out for over a decade, in fact.
Major League record 720 consecutive. Here comes a 2-2. Popped up behind the plate for Russell Martin. Has a play and has out number 2. And it'll bring in Adrian Gonzalez as we give you more on the veteran right-hander, 35-year-old Freddie Garcia.
Yeah, in a sense, you've seen the scouting report. 2 starts, he's had a control problem. Joe Girardi saying he plays off the hitter's aggressiveness, and of course the Red Sox, one of the most aggressively swinging teams in the major leagues.
Bobby Valentine saying that some of their lack of patience, however, early in the year is the grinding, trying to get something going, do a little too much. And they have chased pitches that they don't normally chase as Gonzalez takes a strike from Garcia.
You play in front of 30,000 people, 40,000 people every day. If you fail most of the time for major leaguers, it's because you're trying too hard.
Red Sox were 1 for 10 yesterday at the plate with runners in scoring position. This one goes up and around the zone, and the count evens 1-1. Red Sox have been playing baseball in this stadium since 1912, 100 years, and now we're into the second century. And this ownership group has done an unbelievable job, where for a while it looked like they were going to have to shift and go into a new ballpark and do away with this stadium. They have squeezed as much as they can out of it, have plans for even more to keep the Red Sox right where they should be.
And really not only Fenway Park, but the whole area surrounding Fenway Park.
Here's a 2-1. Gonzalez hits it deep into right, got a lot of it, and bounces it out of play. A ground rule double, and Boston leads 1-0 on first inning doubles by Sweeney and now Gonzalez. Just a rocket out to right.
And to go back to that statistic we used in the opening, the 27th time this year that the Red Sox have a lead, and it's 1-0.
Hit on a rope into right, one hop and out of here, and Adrian Gonzalez, who is a career .344 hitter at this park, just put Boston out in front with David Ortiz digging his way in. Another guy who a couple of seasons ago people thought was finished, and now he has slimmed down. He's hitting .392, and he told us prior to the first Saturday of the season he's never felt better as he takes a pitch over the outside part, strike 1.
David will never be a fast runner, but he's running faster this year with that new model body 2012.
Ortiz waits for the 0-1 from Garcia. Out of play. Talked to David prior to that Saturday game, and he said, you know, people think I did it for baseball reasons. I did it because I have high cholesterol, and it runs in my family. It really had more to do with life than it did about playing baseball, but obviously the benefits carry over. And he said that day he walked in, he went to the donuts that he's been eating for every Saturday morning when he'd come in, and he started to reach in for a donut, and he pulled his hand back, and he said, I've worked too hard to blow it now. So he's determined to stay that same size the rest of this season as the count goes to 1-2. Here's a 1-2. Left side fair. Down the line. That'll score Gonzalez, and Ortiz will cruise into second. All thin and everything with a double, and it's 2-0 Boston here in the first.
Ball went right over the bag. In fact, after it crossed the bag, it may have gone in foul territory. Down third, of course, it only counts if it goes over the bag. No, it was in fair territory across the bag. So 3 doubles here in the first inning. Finds the Red Sox even more ahead.
Makes it 2-0, and now Euclid takes a pitch in the dirt, and Russell Martin, I'm sure, got his rest last night after chasing 5 wild pitches back to the backstop in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Now he's smothered a few already in this first inning on pitches in the dirt from Garcia. Here is a 1-0. That came up and caught Euclid, a ball and a strike.
Like it was off Kevin's left foot. The instep. He's all right.
Couple of 2-strike doubles here in the first inning. Sweeney and Ortiz. And it's 2-0. Euclid could add to that. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 hops to Nunez. And Eduardo guards it over, but it is a good start on a Saturday afternoon for the hometown Red Sox. It gets a good reaction from Bobby V. There's the reaction from Freddie G. Sweeney scores the first run. It's 2-0 after 1. Bos. Into the second inning on a beautiful day at Fenway Park. The Yankees will have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. That means Teixeira, Granderson, and Jones. Andrew Jones against Felix Doubront, who was an international free agent. Signed in July of 2004. A great year for this organization. He was 16 years old. And he has had a minor league career of 10 games over 500. As Tim said, this is his 6th major league start. The 0-1. Outside, a ball and a strike. Doubront got around the leadoff hit by Jeter in the first. The 2-out walk to Cano and the pass ball by getting Rodriguez. Here's a 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. Felix does some digging in front of the pitching rubber.
Excavating.
Who knows in this park what you're going to find down there. It's been 100 years.
Right.
Here is a 2-1. Fouled back. 2-2. Teixeira off to a slow start, had a rough beginning. Has his average up to 264, but so far just 1 home run. Waiting for the 2-2. Reaching for it, and that's Pedroia to his left. And with that one out, we go to Matt Vasgersian for a DirecTV game break. All right, Matt, well, those Mets had lost 3 in a row. It's Washington on top in the NL East. They're at an 11-4 start at the beginning of the day. The team you and I were talking about when we were getting ready for this game, the Dodgers, and the start that they're off to in the NL West. Ooh. Strike 1 to Granderson. Strike 2 to Granderson. The Nationals, I'm told, won today, and look at their pitching staff and their starters. Detweiler, Zimmerman, Strasburg, Gio Gonzalez, who they traded for, and Edwin Jackson. The ERA doesn't shock you, but he pitched a 2-hit shutout against the Cincinnati Reds this past week. That's strike 3. And out number 2. First strikeout for Doubront. 2 out here in the second.
Good pitch in on the hands, and of course over the plate by Doubront. A high strike. He gets the call, and Granderson is down.
Washington beat Miami 3-2. We start late on a Saturday afternoon. Andrew Jones digs his way in with the bases empty, 2 out. Brett Gardner is on the disabled list with a strain in his right elbow that he suffered on Tuesday making a diving catch. So it means that Andrew Jones and Raul Ibanez will platoon out in left. Lefty on the mound, so Jones gets the call. The count 1-1. That's on the outside corner, and that's strike 2. Jones hitting just under 280 against left-handed pitching since coming to the Yankees last year. Set up, and now even at 2-2.
That's a bad place to pitch him in this ballpark. That inside part. I think that was more of a show-me fastball, because Andrew Jones, a real pull hitter, even bails out to pull. And with that monster out there, pitching him inside, not a good idea.
Reaching for it out in front of it a bit, and the count stays 2-2. The Yankees, with the injury to Gardner, don't have another true center fielder other than Granderson. Now that Gardner's on the DL. In fact, there's talk that Girardi would put Eduardo Nunez in center before the other options. Problem for Andrew Jones, a longtime center fielder, the health of his knees, as that one misses up and away. 95 from Doubront, and the count's full. Dubront has walked 1 and now 2 as that one just missed, and Dubront turns his back on home plate. Upset he did not get the call on this 3-2 pitch.
Boy, that was close, but low.
And the inning continues for Russell Martin, who went deep yesterday. 5 home runs hit by the Yankees against the Boston Red Sox after that great celebration here at Fenway Park. A high strike, and Russell Martin unhappy with that call. Home plate umpire is Bill Welke. Crew chief is Tim Sheeta at first base, Chris Conroy at second, Jeff Nelson at third. Here's an 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. See the start that Martin got off to last year, his first year with the Yankees, a .314 average through the 20th of April. Different story, hitting .147 this year.
I just thought of something. That first pitch to Russell Martin was a high strike. I had a right-handed hitter say once when I was catching, he turned to the umpire and he said, "You try to hit that pitch." And the umpire, and I'm not going to mention names, the umpire said, "That's why I'm back here. I couldn't hit any pitch."
1 ball, 2 strikes. Who was that? I mean, give him credit. That's a good line.
It's a great line.
Dutch Rennert.
No, Jocko Conlon.
You're so easy to break down.
I am. Oh, I'd
be bad in the CIA.
Yeah, terrible.
Oh, fine, I'll tell you. That's where they're hidden. 2-2 the count with a runner at first, 2 out. Dubront trying to get around that walk, runs one in on the hands of Martin, and that ball is out of the reach of Adrian Gonzalez.
Dubront's impressive, isn't he?
Yeah,
with that
he is.
stuff. We were impressed with him when he came out of the bullpen for the Red Sox over the past couple of years. And as a starter, he is primed to be a starter, and I think he's going to be a successful starter in the major leagues.
8th season in the Red Sox organization. He's just 24 years old. So he has developed in their minor league system, and he brings it home, down and in. And the count now full on Russell Martin. Swing and a miss. He went around, and that ends the inning. 2 strikeouts in the frame for Dubront. He walks off the mound. Red Sox coming up, bottom 3 in the order as they lead it 2-0. Stadium meeting these kids from the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. And this season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Clubs of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. Last week, we had that time with them. And you can have some time with the organization by going online to greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Those kids were all in Yankee Stadium for the first time.
Stayed for the game.
At the plate is Saltalamacchia, and the count 1-1 strike from Freddie Garcia. Talked about how Garcia has struggled. Ken Rosenthal is with us down in that photographer's area past the Red Sox dugout today, basking in the sunshine as he pulls the string on Saltalamacchia. And it's been this spot, Kenny, with 2 strikes where Freddie Garcia has really struggled.
He held hitters with 2 strikes to just a 189 average. Well, through that first inning with the 2 doubles with 2 strikes, hitters are 321 off him, 9 for 28. Obviously, it's a smaller sample, but it's quite telling.
Slow roller, and Teixeira makes the play. That's 1 out. Kenny, we lost the audio on your report down there at the beginning of it. And it really has been a question of Garcia being able to put guys away. And it was in the first inning he gave up 2 two-strike doubles.
Right, Joe, and that's the point I was making. Last year he was extremely successful at this. It was one of his trademarks. Hitters hit 189 off him with 2 strikes. This year, as I was saying, a much higher average. Now, it's a small sample, but Freddie Garcia is fighting for his spot in the rotation, so he knows he has to get better.
Yeah, a small sample might be all he gets, as a breaking ball is in for strike 1 to Cody Ross.
Well, he doesn't throw hard enough to put hitters away with 2 strikes. He's got to rely on a hitter going out of the strike zone to help him out.
Fooled on that pitch was Cody Ross. That's strike 2. So Ross now having to play center field defensively, and the bottom fell out of that pitch. And Ross is in the hole. That is outside. A check swing. He did not go. On deck is Darnell McDonald, the number 9 hitter. Cody Ross has popped 2 home runs since joining the Red Sox this year. He is at the plate with a count now of 2-2.
You get the plan now from Garcia. 0-2. He missed away and down. He missed away and down. He may go right back out there. Out of the strike zone. Away.
Ross got it off the end of the bat, fouls it left side, and that ball will get out of play. We talk about the spot because of the presence of Andy Pettitte in the minor leagues. The other side of it, Michael Pineda, the guy the Yankees got for Jesus Montero from the Seattle organization, they had to shut him down today. And his work, he was supposed to pitch a couple of innings, and he had some weakness in that right shoulder, so he will be looked at by the medical staff on Monday. There's a base hit into left with 1 out off the bat of Cody Ross. He battled in that at bat, and he's on with McDonald coming up. Today's game, presented by Chevrolet, is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. So another 2-strike hit against Freddie Garcia. This one belongs to Ross. And Darnell McDonald, who is 2 for 24 to start the season, stands in. Ball 1, down and away. You know, the other guy that we had a chance to see last week on Saturday was David Phelps.
Oh, man. Pitched terrifically.
Picked up where Phil Hughes left off, went 5 1/3 out of the bullpen, and was phenomenal. This one is well hit into left center field and off the Green Monster. Cody Ross digging his way from first, and they hold him at third on a double by McDonald. Second and third, one out, and that is the fourth double already against Freddie Garcia.
I think with 2 outs, Jerry Royster, the third base coach, would have sent Cody Ross. But with 1 out, playing at safety first, and understandably, the relay from center fielder Curtis Granderson was in line to Eduardo Nunez. Ross, not a fast runner anyway, and held up at third properly.
So second and third, the infield is back except for Teixeira at first, and the batter is Aviles, who takes a strike. Mike, since he joined the Red Sox last July 30th from Kansas City, is hitting over 300. Flied out to left his first time up, and he has hit 2 home runs, driven in 6. Trying to add to the Red Sox 2-0 lead, and Freddie Garcia is in a jam again. The 0-1. Outside, a ball and a strike. There are the runners with good speed. McDonald at second, Cody Ross at third. And now Aviles gets out of the box and looks down at Jerry Royster, the third base coach for Bobby Valentine.
Joe Girardi telling us before the game that one guy who does not get rattled with runners in scoring position, Freddie Garcia. We'll see.
That's into center field. That ball will get down for a hit. 1 run scores. That's Ross, and it's 3-0 Red Sox. RBI Mike Aviles.
Freddie Garcia got that breaking ball up, and I would imagine with that, Larry Rothschild and Joe Girardi will get somebody up in the bullpen.
That somebody should be David Phelps.
Yeah. High breaking ball. That's the same pitch that Aviles flied to left on his first at bat. But he singles here in front of Curtis Granderson, and the score now 3-0.
They get Rapata up, the left-hander, but they will get Phelps in this game, with Joe Girardi telling us he hasn't pitched since last Saturday. This is a game where we really want to get him in. So that's all a bad combination for Freddie Garcia. It's Rapata now because of the lefties coming up, Gonzalez and Ortiz, after the number 3 hitter Pedroia. But the long guy will be Phelps, and who knows where his audition could take him.
Yeah.
If he gets another crack at it a Saturday after doing a number on the Angels at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, that's also why Larry Rothschild was out to the mound, to buy time to give Rapata a chance to warm up.
Now Phelps is getting up and starting to get loose. First and third, 1 out. And the batter is Ryan Sweeney, who had a 1-out double his first time up. Rapata is throwing. Phelps is moving his arms and getting ready to his side as the pitch is down and in, ball 1 to Sweeney.
Yeah, Rapata is hurrying to get ready in this inning, whereas Phelps is taking his time to get ready for next inning.
There's David Phelps, who started to move around. Sweeney at the plate. RBI chance for him, first and third, 1 away. One 1-0 the count from Garcia. That's outside, 2-0. Red Sox trying to snap a 4-game home losing streak. Off to a good start today, and that should add to it. Driven into right, caught by Swisher, tagging is McDonald. Safe at first is Aviles, and it's 4-0 Red Sox here in the second. McDonald scores on a sac fly to right by Ryan Sweeney, who's now scored one and driven in one.
That was a straight change on a 2-0 count. And Sweeney one-handed it to right fielder Nick Swisher. Good play by Swisher. He tried to go the short way to get Mike Aviles at first base. Nothing doing.
Now with 2 out in the inning, Pedroia takes inside ball 1. Pedroia is signed in essence through the end of 2015. Former league MVP and rookie of the year with the runner going. Pitch is strike, throw down too late. Stolen base, Aviles, his second of the year.
Well, that was a running lead by Aviles, a very, very good base runner. Had a great jump, a strong throw by Russell Martin, but there is nothing a catcher can do under those circumstances.
Late tag applied by Cano. So the better RBI chance for Pedroia, who's driven in 5. Line drive, base hit into right. And it's all working for the Red Sox today with a stolen base and now the RBI hit by Pedroia. And it's 5-0 Boston here in the second. And that is it for Freddie Garcia.
A lot of things a stolen base can do with the stolen base by Aviles. Cano's playing closer to second base. Pedroia's line drive finds a hole.
It'll be Rapata for now. Phelps is getting loose from more work as this day wears on. A short afternoon for Freddie Garcia. Red Sox up 5-0 in the second. Second inning, and Freddie Garcia threw 48 pitches on the day. He's finished. Play Rapata into the game, and he checks on Pedroia over at first, who just made it 5-0 with a base hit to right. So it hasn't gotten any better for Freddie Garcia, and with Rapata on the mound, David Phelps is getting loose. Batter is Gonzalez, and Adrian takes a ball down and away. Rapata was with Baltimore last year, and now he's one of 2 left-handers Girardi has in his bullpen. It's Rapata and Logan. Here's a 1-0. Fly ball into center field will send Granderson back. Should end the inning. With the glasses on, that'll do it. It's a 3-run second, a 5-0 lead for Boston. We'll be back after this from your local Fox station. Baseball on Fox, presented by Chevrolet. As this game moves into the third inning, the 9-1-2 batters for the Yankees: Nunez, Jeter, Swisher. If anybody gets on, Cano against Dubront, who leads 5-0. Good start for the Red Sox, and boy, do they need that. A strike is in from the hard-throwing left-hander who was, according to Bobby Valentine, their best starter during spring training. Red Sox have won each of his first 2 starts. To his left, Aviles. 1 out. Good play. You can visit www.mlb.com/fanguide to register for a chance to win a VIP experience for 2 to a 2012 World Series game and download your favorite team's schedule. It's presented by Scott's, the official lawn care company of MLB. Here's Jeter, who singled his first time.
You could get a lot of people with this graphic. Our guys in the truck are preparing it right now. At age 37, who had more career hits, Derek Jeter or Pete Rose, the all-time hits leader?
Here's a ground ball right side. Jeter got a base hit to right his first time. This time, he's an easy play for Pedroia, 2 away.
Obviously, there's a catch to it. Derek Jeter is ahead of Pete Rose, the all-time hits leader.
And you said in our open that you think Jeter, the way he looks right now, the way he's kept himself in shape, is a guy that could play easily into his 40s.
I think so. But the one thing that's against Derek Jeter, of course, it hadn't been anything up to now, is that he's not a switch hitter. And Pete Rose had a major advantage by being a switch hitter. Neither right-handers or left-handers bothered him.
Rose, who ended up with 4,256 hits. But at this age, Jeter is just a bit ahead as this pitch is down and in to Nick Swisher. The count 1-1. 2 out, nobody on, and Swisher bounced into a double play his first time, hit it hard. takes ball 2.
I guess more importantly, Joe, is will Derek Jeter play that long? Probably not. Takes a lot of years and a lot of perseverance and a lot of work to get 4,256 hits. Pete Rose breaking that record in '85, I believe, off Eric Schau of San Diego.
Played until he was 45 years old. I'm not certain about this, but I don't believe he got an honorary doctorate like Jeter will get next month from Siena College. Maybe. I don't know.
I would have to agree with you on that.
So the work that he's done with the Turn 2 Foundation, his sister Charlie does a lot of the hard work, his entire family around him. He will be honored next month at Siena College. That ball's hard hit, base hit through the left side, and the second hit of the day for New York. It keeps the third inning alive for Cano. So Swisher is 1 for 2, and Cano, who was walked back in the first inning, loves hitting in this park.
I'll say.
Steps in. Told you that he's a career .354 hitter here, which is the 4th best since 1969. So naturally you say, well, that's because he's a visiting player. He's not here that much compared to the hometown guys. So obviously his average is going to be higher. The #1 all-time average here at Fenway Park since 1969 belongs to Wade Boggs, who hit .369 here at Fenway. Cano took a ball, and now the next from Dubront. Strike 1.
All the festivities here yesterday, and what an event. It was very, very emotional to see over 200 ex-Red Sox players filing in from center field. Yaz and Rice and Fisk and Louis Tiant and Reggie Smith, Jim Lonborg.
That is hit in the air to right center field. Back is Cody Ross, and the inning is over as the Yankees have stranded their third. Fenway Park, which opened its doors 100 years ago, just days after the sinking of the Titanic. Plenty's changed over the last 100 years, but in many ways the little bandbox of a ballpark hasn't changed at all. Happy Centennial, Fenway Park, as we go to the bottom of the third. Sox will bat, and they lead 5-0. The inning, it certainly looks like David Phelps, a right-hander on the right, will finish the inning. As we move to the bottom of the third, it's David Ortiz first up. That's why Rapata's still in there. Ortiz, who had an RBI double against Freddie Garcia in the first inning, stands in. 5-0 Red Sox here in the third. Out in front of that pitch was Ortiz, strike one. Rapata brings it in, down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Think how this season started with the injury to the closer, Andrew Bailey, for the Red Sox. Ellsbury going down the home opener with that partially dislocated right shoulder. Crawford still trying to work his way back. The unrest in the bullpen because of the closer situation and struggling starting pitching today is going very well for Bobby Valentine and the Red Sox, who are 5 games under 500 at 4-9. Counts 1-2 on Ortiz. Hard hit foul.
You know, you talked about the bullpen and the amount of saves that the Yankees have compared to the Red Sox. What about Mariano Rivera and Rafael Soriano, who led the American League with 45 a couple of years ago? But that's just an idea. The Yankees with 703 saves in their bullpen now, and the Red Sox with 30.
Counts 2-2 on Ortiz. And now full.
And Andrew Bailey going down with a thumb injury, and obviously that's why more saves are not represented by the Red Sox bullpen.
Rapata took care of Gonzalez to end the second. Trying to get Ortiz to start the third. And into the shift and through the shift. Ortiz is on for the second time today. And that'll be it for Rapata as Joe Girardi comes out of the dugout. Phelps is out in the bullpen. Euclid is coming up. 5-0 Boston as we play here in the third. selection back in 08. And in a short time, he has opened up some eyes. He won a battle to be the long man out of the bullpen during spring training. And I mentioned last week he went 5 1/3 out of the bullpen against the Angels, allowed 1 run on 1 hit. Struck out 4, walked 2. Deals with Euclid to start his day, and he misses high, ball 1. Euclid grounded out to short his first time up. 1 on, nobody out. And now Euclid is hit on the left hip. So while Euclid goes down to first, we will check in with Matt Vasgersian for a DirecTV game break. He's had a long, terrific career, Paul Konerko. There was some thought on the part of Jerry Reinsdorf when he was searching for a new manager that he might even turn to Konerko as a player manager. Baseball hasn't seen that for a while. 2 on with nobody out, and that's hard hit and through the right side. David Ortiz will be held as Swisher comes up throwing, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Saltalamacchia with a base hit into right. And the sacks are jammed for the Red Sox here in the 3rd.
And again, Jerry Royster, the third base coach, holding up David Ortiz, even though David's running faster now since he's lost all that weight. No need to try to score him with nobody out.
Leading 5-0 with Cody Ross getting set to dig in. So Phelps hits the first man he faces, Euclid. Now gives up a base hit to right. Hits the outside corner to Cody Ross, who singled and scored his first time up. So it's Ortiz at third with Euclid at second and Saltalamacchia at first. Here is an 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just missed outside. 2-1. Freddie Garcia got the start. He lasted only an inning and 2/3. Better today than yesterday with runners in scoring position for Boston. That's strike 2. Ross has driven in 8. Number 9 man McDonald on deck. Phelps in a jam here in the 3rd. Gets a strikeout, 1 away. Reared back for 93 and got it by the bat of Cody Ross, 1 out.
Good fastball, good location on the outside corner. And the tailing fastball gets Cody Ross.
And we'll bring in Darnell McDonald. See that double and a run scored in the 2nd. Good fastball for strike 1.
That's the one impressive thing that we've noticed is the ability to stay ahead by the young David Phelps.
That's outside. Well, he proved that he had stamina with what he did his last time out, 5 1/3. Andy Pettit isn't ready. Would the Yankees give the ball again to Freddie Garcia? Breaking balls popped up. Shallow center. Ortiz is the runner at third. Granderson has to back up. His throw is into the shortstop. Ortiz scores, and it's 6-0 Boston. Sac fly by McDonald.
Good base running by David Ortiz. Curtis Granderson did two things wrong there. He caught the ball back on his heels, had to wind up to throw it, and where that cutoff throw went, I don't know. It went to the shortstop. It was neither to third or to home. One had to be a mistake. Halfway between third and home is not the place to throw the ball.
2 on with 2 out now, and the batter is Aviles. The shortstop and leadoff man takes a ball outside. But just to go back to that point, that Freddie Garcia now has turned in 3 very poor starts. Does not have his good stuff yet this season if he's going to find it. And I know you need a long guy in the big leagues, but David Phelps from mop-up action with the kind of stuff he has,
yeah,
to me is worthy of more of a prominent spot on this Yankee pitching staff.
I get your drift, and I agree with you. When the starter's turn comes around again for Joe Girardi, it would make more sense to go to David Phelps than it would Freddie Garcia.
Garcia, 12-game winner from a year ago, the 36-year-old in June, is given way, and now base hit into right. Euclid coming around. Another run for the Red Sox, who lead 7-0 here in the 3rd inning. And Euclid, who was hit by a pitch, scores on a 2-out hit to right by Aviles, who is 2 for 3.
Well, the Red Sox had that carousel, that happy carousel going at Fenway this afternoon. Base runners all over the place. That's good hitting by Aviles. That slider off the plate away just pokes it to right for another run.
Brings in Ryan Sweeney with runners at the corners, 2 out. That run's charged to Phelps. Previous run this inning to Rapata. 5 to the starter Garcia. Ball 1 down and in on Sweeney, who has a sac fly, a double, and a run scored. You see that bottom line, he's got his average up to 421. There's a strike, and that 421 average reminds you just how long of a season it really is. The Red Sox play in their 14th game of the year. The 1-1. Strike 2. Yankees in the 4th will have the big bats of Rodriguez, Teixeira, and Granderson. Felix Doubront is the recipient of run support today. Seven runs on 10 hits already. And a check on Aviles, who dives back in.
Talking about 400, the last player to hit 400, 1941, Ted Williams hit 406. 2 years earlier, he broke in. Yesterday, the anniversary of that. And that year, he struck out the most that he ever did in his career. 64 times that season in 1939.
Yeah, the 27th season of baseball at Fenway Park at the time.
Yeah, right. Teddy ball game.
Shattered bat. Cano flips to end the inning. But 2 more runs scored by the Red Sox. They're having fun today. After 3, leading the Yankees 7-0. is sponsored by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Fourth inning rolls in. Felix Doubront rolls back out to the mound. He's allowed only 2 hits. He has walked 2, but he's looked good. Red Sox bats have gone to work, and they got 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, lead 7-0. And Alex Rodriguez, who grounded out to short with a runner at second his first time, leads it off. Second home run of the season yesterday for Rodriguez, who takes a breaking ball down and in, ball 1. Longest drought of his career, what he's done against left-handed pitching, 0 for his last 20. Hard hit, but right at the shortstop, Aviles. 1 away to start the 4th, and right now it's Matt Vasgersian for a DirecTV game break. And the Mets, who still don't have anybody who's thrown a no-hitter, used to have Phil Umber.
Silent H. Umber.
Strike 1 of the outside part to Teixeira. He bounced out his first time. Doubront so far has made it look easy. That's down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch was up. Teixeira went through it. Strike 2. Saw Granderson on deck. Teixeira trying to get on in front of him. Fouls it back to the right.
Mark Teixeira, a notoriously slow starter. Tell you, it's every athlete's fear, Joe. When is a slow start mean that it might be that you're approaching the end of your career? It runs through every guy who has a slow start's mind. You know, you get into advancing ages and you get into the middle of May, you're still off to a slow start.
Strike 3 looking, and strikeout number 3 for Doubront.
I am by no means implying that that's going to happen to Mark Teixeira, but athletes think about things like that.
Well, yeah, they're human, and
right.
When's it going to end? And as you said, Teixeira's used to it by now. That's the bad thing. What he's also used to by now is he's a guy who puts up 30 home runs or more, as he's done for 8 straight seasons. And you talked to him, Ken Rosenthal, about this slow start. What do you have to say?
Well, one of the points Teixeira makes, Joe, is that as a switch hitter with power, it takes him a little bit of time to get his timing down, to get going, and that's the reason for his slow starts over the years. He had a pretty good week, and keep in mind also that he had the flu, so I don't know that Teixeira is as worried right now as he has been in some of those slow starts in the past.
2 out, nobody on. Granderson is at the plate. 1-0 pitch from Doubront is ripped just past Rosenthal and into the photographer's section for strike 1. Granderson had a 3-homer game on Thursday. 7-6 win over Minnesota, coming off a career high 41 last season. Doubront takes forever to bring it to the plate. Now he does. Granderson did not step out. He kind of waited for that to happen. He didn't. And that foul ball makes it a 1-2 count. Up to 60 pitches as he works the 4th. The Boston left-hander brings it, and Granderson takes it in the dirt. 2-2. This homestand for the Red Sox has featured Tampa Bay, Texas, now the Yankees, all playoff teams from a year ago. 3-4 on their first homestand of the season. It wraps up tomorrow night with Bard and Sabathia. That's near the chin of Granderson, ball 3. A Yankees-Red Sox series where the Red Sox do not feature their top 2 starters. Beckett, who's put together pretty good back-to-back starts, very good here for the home opener against Tampa Bay, and Lester, who has struggled out of the gate. Foul back. There's John Lester, who's 0-2 with an ERA of 5.82. And coming off a loss on Tuesday to Texas. 18-3 was the final, and he only went into the third. Allowed 7 runs on 8 hits. Now DuBront steps off as he and Saltalamacchia try to get together on what pitch to throw with the count 3-2.
With the 7-run lead in the 4th inning, now's the time to challenge anybody.
That's a strike over the inside corner. Granderson thought he had walked. Instead, he's strikeout victim number 4. Good day for DuBront to this point. As we go to the bottom of the 4th, Red Sox bat up 7. Sox up 7-0 behind Felix DuBront. Pedroia has a hit, and RBI, takes a strike from David Phelps. We had a chance to visit with Joe Girardi during the break. Try to get that to you after Pedroia does something to start the inning. Here's the 0-1. Check swing, foul, strike 2. Here's an 0-2. That is just off the outside corner. So you look at this Red Sox lineup, and you look at the outfield in particular with the injuries to Ellsbury and the continuing rehabilitation for Carl Crawford. Here's Pedroia flying one into right. Plenty of room and time for Swisher, one out. Talk about Boston in a moment. Now we check in with Joe Girardi. First question, what was going on with Freddie Garcia today?
Well, he was up in zone today. I didn't think that he had the velocity he's had in the past, and it just seemed like some of his pitches were rolling. And as we talked about earlier, the split wasn't there for him, and that's a big pitch for him.
How much longer are you willing to go with him and run him back out there? Is Phelps even a consideration for the rotation?
I mean, we haven't even talked about that. I mean, Freddie's been a constant in our rotation since last year and did a tremendous job. And so, I mean, we haven't even considered that.
And I know if you were on the other side of this, up 7-0, you would not be comfortable. We are at Fenway Park, and anything can happen here.
Yeah, a lot of runs can be scored very quickly here because of that wall in left field, and there's been some strange things that happened at this park.
All right, Joe, thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Adrian Gonzalez at the plate, has an RBI double, run scored. Phelps has the count even at 1-1. Larry Rothschild, former big league manager with the Rays, Devil Rays at the time. Longtime pitching coach. Most recently with the Cubs before he came to the Yankees, and they've got a good one. A lot of decisions to be made the first month of the season, figuring out where everybody fits. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Still 1-2. I started to go into the outfield. We'll bring in Ken Rosenthal. There are reports on the internet, Kenny, that Marlon Byrd, now with the Cubs, could be with the Red Sox shortly.
Yes, Joe. Nick Cafardo of the Boston Globe first reporting that this morning, and that deal is indeed probable. What's going to happen is the Cubs are going to pick up the majority of Bird's $6.5 million contract, what remains of it, which is most of it. And in return, the Cubs likely will get Michael Bowden, who was a pitcher here with the Red Sox, drafted by Cubs president Theo Epstein when he was the Red Sox GM. Now, what's interesting here is that Marlon Byrd, at this point, is not that much of an upgrade. He's 3 for 43 on the season.
Here's a chopper to first, and Teixeira was fighting the sun, could barely see it. Finally got there, went to the bag. 2 out. We understand Marlon Byrd, Tim, did not play today for the Cubs, which is typical of a player that's about to be shipped out other than giving him a rest. And he may not be much of an upgrade, but to me, he's a veteran who's been around and I think should help what the Red Sox are doing.
I think what also is interesting is there are not that many big trades made in April or May because it's so far away from the trading deadline. There used to be 25, 30 years ago, more trades made in May because there was a June 15th trading deadline, not July 31st as it is today. But normally you don't see too many groundbreaking trades in the first 2 months of the season.
Nothing that's been huge to this point, but there have been 5 trades so far this April. 4 last year, and Marlon Byrd, it appears, will end up in a Boston uniform.
I can't remember a big trade made in April or May in the past 3 decades.
Here's a 2-0. Ortiz straightens up on ball 3. Fastball from Phelps was hot. Youkilis supposed to be on deck. That's not Youkilis. There's ball 4. Instead, that's Nate Spears. Remember, Youkilis was hit by a pitch his last time up, scored on a base hit. We'll try to get word on if something's wrong with Youkilis. Tomorrow, NASCAR on Fox heads to Kansas. And it's proud to bring you exclusive coverage of the STP 400 live from the Kansas Speedway tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 a.m. Pacific. Brad Keselowski leads the world's best drivers in a chase for the checkered flag. They're in Kansas. Right now, Kevin Youkilis is out of the lineup as Nate Spears stands in and comes up empty on strike 1. 2-out walk handed to Ortiz, who's on base for the 3rd time today. Here's the next to Spears. A strike. Nate Wright is a guy who called up, bounce around. He can play all over the outfield and some on the infield. He is a straight left-handed batter, and he is set up here at 0-2. Runner at first, 2 out. And that tailing pitch is low for ball 1. 0 for 6 in the big league career for Nate Spears. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, and that will end the inning. It's the second strikeout for Phelps, and it sends us into the 5th. And the Red Sox have had fun swinging the bats here today. Hits all over the place. In fact, 10 on the afternoon, and they lead the Yankees 7-0 after 4. Back to work is Felix Doubront, the left-hander, leading 7-0. Andrew Jones takes high, ball 1 underway in the 5th. Nate Spears, who pinch hit for Kevin Youkilis. Remember, Youkilis was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Spears stays in the game, plays third base as Andrew Jones takes a ball outside. The count 2-0.
Good thing for Red Sox fans. We think Kevin Youkilis was hitting the left thigh, and normally the left thigh is not a serious injury. It hurts like the devil, but it's not serious.
First, he fouled off a pitch off that left foot in his first at bat, so that could be a part of it. And that one either caught him on the left thigh or right on the knee. And we're being told that he was taken out because of that right there, being hit by the pitch. Meanwhile, Andrew Jones just lost the bat, and the count's 2-1 as he gets back to the plate, facing Doubront. 6'2", 165-pound left-hander, just 24. 2 hops to Aviles. 1 out as we start the 5th. Let's go for a game break. Here's Matt. All right, Matt, thanks.
I've never thought that there was anything wrong with that, trying to bunt against a guy who has a perfect game. Maybe from the pitchers union standpoint, but not from a hitter or a regular player.
That is in at the knees for a strike to Russell Martin. That's why Matt was talking about it. Trying to get that first hit, trying to bunt. Didn't work, and the no-hit bid continues. Breaking ball goes around the plate, and the count 1-1. Martin struck out his first time. DeBrant has struck out 4, walked 2, and allowed no runs on only 2 hits. Pulled the string on that pitch. Martin out in front of it, now backed up 1-2.
Yeah, that's that changeup that Bobby Valentine was talking about before the game. And that's what makes Felix DeBrant the pitcher that he is, and why he's a starter and not still in the bullpen.
Fastball for strike 3. And strikeout number 5 for Felix DeBrant.
Boy, those are 2 tough pitches in a row. The changeup and then the tailing fastball away for his 5th strikeout.
So he has looked terrific as Eduardo Nunez walks in. Nunez grounded out to short his first time up. Breaking ball down and in, ball 1. The Red Sox will have some help on the way in their rotation. First guy is Daisuke Matsuzaka, who is not too far away from going on a rehab assignment.
I think there's a guy ahead of him, don't you?
Yeah, Aaron Cook, who's been getting better and better every time he's taken the ball at AAA. Former All-Star.
Yeah, he could pitch.
All-Star with the Colorado Rockies. Went 8 his last time out as that pitch goes down and in. The count 2-1. That's ball 3. Derek Jeter would follow. We're playing in the 5th, top half, and the Yankees batting down by 7. 3-1. Full count. A dangerous foul ball into the seats. And a broken bat will send Nunez back toward the dugout. Bat boys now have to keep an extra bat in the on-deck circle so that we don't get that longer delay of going back to the bat rack and finding the next wonder ball.
That's a common sense change in the game. Makes sense.
So he's got yet another one. It's 3 deep.
All right.
Here comes a 3-2. A walk. And if you have wondered recently what life was like way back when, before Derek Jeter, Rookie of the Year for the Yankees in '96, the starting shortstop Tony Fernandez, then Jeter. Yankees failed to make the playoffs 13 consecutive seasons. See what they've done since. 16 of 17 in the postseason, and those rings. You see the net worth of the Yankees and where it stands now. The price of gas, and even a look at the Dow Jones. For a guy who is 37, turned 38 this summer, he's 1 for 2 on the day, and a strike. And I think he would still top the list of Game 7, 9th inning. Who do you want a ground ball hit to? With the game on the line, I can't think of anybody that you would rather have it hit to than the guy that's done it as well as Jeter since '96.
He'd be among the few.
Good pitch from DeBrant. And the count 0-2.
Breaking ball. Maybe the best breaking ball that DeBrant has thrown today. Seems to be getting stronger as time goes on.
One strikeout in this inning so far, 5 on the day for Dubront, and Jeter stays up there.
You know, that's one expression in baseball that's almost lost now with pitch counts. Starting pitchers don't have a chance to get stronger during a game because with the pitch counts, they're taken out of the game before they can get stronger.
You believe they get stronger during
Well,
the
there
course
are
of the
some, absolutely. Different days, guys feel differently from one start to the other. That's why with that pitch count, it's a broad guideline. And that's all.
Jeter lays off the delivery outside. On deck is Swisher. Yankees trying to get anything going against Dubront. Jeter grounds one up the middle. That's a base hit. Nunez will take the turn and go to third. It's first and third with 2 out. A walk and a hit. Jeter's 2 for 3.
Derek, a big 2-out hit. By the way, we thought we would whimsically show you, some of you folks may have never seen, a clicker that pitching coaches use during a game. Well, that was a clicker. I had a retired pitching coach tell me this spring. Well, I'll tell you who it was. It was Dick Pohl. He told me, he said, you know you're finished as a pitching coach when you throw the clicker against the wall and it doesn't break.
Well, a lot of them are ex-pitchers that have had like Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point is that he said, you know, they're about half and half. Some pitchers, some pitching coaches like the clicker, and a lot of them abhor that thing.
First and third with 2 out. Nick Swisher at the plate. Strike 1. You can pretty much find the pitch count in any ballpark.
Yeah, that's true. You don't need a clicker
really
anymore.
don't need it.
No.
Here comes the 0-1. To the second baseman, Pedroia. Old pitching coaches retire from the clicker to the clapper to turn off the light before they go to bed. Halfway through it. Be quiet. 7-0 Red Sox. By Chevrolet, proud to support youth baseball in cities and towns across the country. All the great work they do as we welcome you back to Fenway Park. We move into the bottom of the fifth. Bottom three in the order will bat for Boston. Saltalamacchia first up. He's 1 for 2. Takes a strike over the outside corner. Jared's average 129 here at the start of the year. Kelly Shopik is the other catcher on the roster for Bobby Valentine as strike 2 comes in from David Phelps. He was struck out 2, allowed 2 hits, walked 1. He's allowed 1 run. Fly ball into center. Back is Granderson, well hit, and this ball's off the wall. Saltalamacchia's got a double to start the 5th inning for Boston as he rockets one off the wall 420 feet away.
Hit a low fastball his last time up. Puts a charge in this one. Almost to the 420 sign in center field.
Pretty good breaking ball that he went down to get.
Yeah. There are no coincidences along those lines. He's a low ball hitter. Last time and the time before last.
Cody Ross now 1 for 2, struck out with the bases loaded his last time when Phelps came in. And that's ball 1.
Joe, you talked about Kelly Shopik being the backup catcher and a good one. He asked us to congratulate Coach Steve Smith, who is now the winningest coach in Baylor Bear history.
Here's a fly ball into center, sending Granderson back at the wall, and it's gone. Home run, Cody Ross, his 3rd with the Red Sox. A 2-run shot makes it 9-0 here in the 5th.
Speaking of low breaking balls, that's a slider in the middle of the plate. Cody Ross with home run number 3 for the Sox this year.
You referenced earlier the perfect game by Umber, and that's what it is, a perfect game. I said no hitter, but you're right, and he is through 7 innings, I'm told, as McDonald flies one into right. This ball back at the track. Swisher hauls it in, and we'll go for an update, game break, see what's going on with the Mariners. So perfect, and it continues. Shutting down the Seattle Mariners, who start the day 7-8, 5 games out behind Texas. Here's one into center, off the bat of Mike Aviles and into the glove of Curtis Granderson, 2 out. And these Red Sox bats now are starting to catch up to David Phelps.
We had to hurriedly talk about Kelly Shopik's coach at Baylor, Steve Smith. And Baylor has all of a sudden become a sports powerhouse with Robert Griffin, right? The QB who may be the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He'll be a Washington Redskin.
Heisman Trophy winner, in fact.
Here's a strike over the outside part to Sweeney.
There's Kelly. Women's basketball won the NCAA this year. Well, Baylor enjoying, down in Waco, enjoying a resurgence of success.
Counts 1-1 on Sweeney. Hard hit and foul down the right field line, and some of these pitches now from Phelps are up. The one that was down to Saltalamacchia is where he likes it. Cody Ross smoked a 2-run home run to center off the edge of the roof over the camera position here at Fenway Park. And here in the 5th inning, Phelps is getting hit and hit hard. That is just inside. 2-2.
You bring up an interesting point. It's a misconception to think that hangers are only high. There are balls that are thrown that are low that don't do anything. They can be hit a long way too.
That's outside a full count. That's in the air to right center field. Back is Swisher in front of the track to end the inning. Loud outs and 2 more runs and a home run by Cody Ross to straightaway center. Number 7 took it from 7-0 to 9-0 as we played 5 at Fenway Park.
Of memory. Join Chevy as they rebuild youth baseball fields across the country. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to enter for a chance for your community to win a youth field makeover.
That's worth a visit, ChevyBaseball.com. As we move into the 6th inning, heart of the order for the Yankees now down 9-0 is Dubrandt, who does not have a win so far this year, finds the strike zone over the inside part to Robinson Cano. Cano, then Alex Rodriguez, then to share a good pitch in on the hands of the Yankee second baseman, strike 2. Red Sox have scored in every inning but the 4th. Dubrandt has been in charge since the beginning, and that continues. Strikeout number 6. And 1 out here in the 6th, and it's our Jeep game summary. In yesterday's game, 1 for 10 with the Red Sox with runners in scoring position. 7 for 11 today. Freddie Garcia, 5th start of his career under 2 innings. He went an inning and 2/3, and the Red Sox have been hitting and hitting for extra bases. As Rodriguez steps in, 0 for 2. And still looking for his first hit against a left-hander this season, takes a strike. Rodriguez has bounced to short twice as he takes low. 1-1. Dubrandt, who was primarily a starter in the minor leagues, only 3 appearances out of the bullpen. Getting his chance here in 2012, and Red Sox have won each of his first 2 starts. They're trying to win his 3rd here today.
Means a lot when you can keep your team into the game even though you don't get the win. Your team does.
He's behind on the count to Rodriguez. Adam reaching for it, and the count 2-2. The next from the Boston left-hander, down and in, a full count. A strikeout for out number 2, and 7 on the day as Rodriguez chased it. Today's game is sponsored by Dodge. Visit your local Dodge dealer today. And by Olympic Maximum Stain and Sealant in 1. But a 7 strikeout day for Dubront. That's outside for ball 1 to Teixeira. Rodriguez with 2 ground outs, a strikeout. 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's go for a quick game break. Here's Matt. Matt, here that's 2 out, nobody on for the Yankees, who've been shut out on just 3 hits. That is hit in the air to left. Back at the track, at the wall, and Teixeira has put the Yankees on the board with a 2-out home run to left. It's 9-1 as Mark Teixeira gets home run number 2. And that souvenir is thrown back from the fans on top of the green monster and left.
Check out Mark Teixeira's eyes. They light up when that fastball is what he's looking for.
And up into the seats in left. And now with 2 out, nobody on, Granderson pops it up. Good pitch in on his hand, so Dubront comes right back after the home run, gets the pop-up, and sends it into the bottom of the 6th inning. It's now 9-1 here at Fenway. Red Sox on top. quick game break. Matt. All right, we'll check back in with you as Dustin Pedroia steps in. We'll give you our in-game box score for the Boston Red Sox, and they have been hitting. It's brought to you by Lexus. And there are the numbers. Aviles with a couple of hits. Home run, a 2-run shot by Cody Ross, but a lot of extra base hits, doubles up and down. And that's what the Red Sox have been dealing with yesterday and today is kind of a snapshot of what they've done all year. An inconsistent offense, 3 runs or less in 8 of 13 games. Padilla gets loose. Last weekend in the first 3 games here at Fenway of the season against Tampa Bay, they scored 31. Today they get 7 after being shut down yesterday in a 6-2 game as Pedroia comes unglued to make the count 1-1.
Yeah, Dustin is a high ball hitter, but not that high.
Here's a 1-1. 2-1. So we'll be giving you bonus coverage, and we'll take you all to that game in the 9th inning. With Phil Umber trying to go perfect for the White Sox against the Seattle Mariners.
Now, the last perfect game thrown was Roy Halladay, the 29th of May, 2010, versus the Florida Marlins, who are now the Miami Marlins. Halladay, of course, pitching for the Phillies.
This ball is corked foul down the left field line and out of the park. That ball was hammered.
A couple of decades ago, if you said a ball was corked foul, they'd look at it. They'd look at the bat, right?
Absolutely. We're going to hear from Dustin Pedroia after he does something to start the 6th. Fouls it away off to the right. David Ortiz was quoted in the paper saying, you know, you can talk about potential and all the guys we have, and it's going to come together, but eventually it's got to come together. You have to get there. And after that 2-10 start last year, a 4-9 beginning this season, some of these vets are getting tired of that, which includes Pedroia, who grounds one into center for a base hit. Here is Pedroia rounding first, going back, and here are his thoughts on the Red Sox start in 2012.
It's early, but I mean, we have to have that sense of urgency of playing the game right and winning ball games. You know, the teams in our division, they're not going to get any worse. They're not going to lose any games. You know, it's a tough division, and we don't want to dig ourselves in a hole like we did last year and even in 2010. I remember, I think we started out 4-9 that year as well. So, you know, we need to play better. We need to swing the bats better, pitch better, and play some better defense because, you know, right now he's right. We need to do something. We need to do something different.
Here is a foul back to the screen by Adrian Gonzalez, who's 1 for 3 on the day against the Yankees.
Not only does Dustin Pedroia follow the Red Sox, of course, he follows baseball, and he particularly follows the Los Angeles Dodgers because his best friend, Andre Ethier, is 2nd in the National League in RBIs with 19. How about Matt Kemp and Andre Ethier? My gosh.
Well, I think to this point, all anybody's done outside of Dodger fans is pay attention to the Dodger ownership situation.
Yeah.
But what's going on the field is really what's impressive. With an 11-3 start, Kemp and Ethier with a combined 12 home runs and 39 RBIs. Here comes a 2-1 to Adrian Gonzalez. Double play ball to Cano. Nunez in the middle, easily turned 4-6-3, 2 out. And even though Phelps was knocked around a bit last inning, allowed a double, a home run, and some loud outs, He is gobbling up outs to take the stress off this bullpen with a night game coming up tomorrow. This is a Yankee team that won't have any more days off until the 26th of April. They will have played in 13 straight into that off day. Here's a base hit into center by Ortiz, where he is swinging it well. On base for the 4th time today with 2 singles, a double, an RBI, a walk, and a run scored.
But David Ortiz is batting over 400 with his 3-for-3 day. That pitch right there, he rarely misses. Don't care how much he weighs.
Here's Nate Spears, who took over for Youkilis in the 4th. No further word on Youkilis, who left after being hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Just above the left knee. That's ball 1 inside. Youkilis, who last year battled a bad back, hip problems, a sports hernia. A career low 258. Is off to a slow start. 1-0. Spears takes ball 2. And again, back to Youkilis being hit in the 3rd inning. And that left thigh just above the knee. Here's a 2-0. Ground ball to the first baseman, Teixeira. And as we go to the 7th at Fenway Park, we will take our broadcast of Matt Vasgersian as we continue to update Phil Humber, the White Sox, and the Mariners. Well, you might have noticed a score change here in Fenway Park while we watched all of that in Seattle. This game has changed dramatically. Moments after the perfect game was finished by Philip Umber, a grand slam was hit by Nick Swisher over the wall as Vicente Padilla gave it up, and it got over the wall in left center field. That was followed by a double by Robinson Cano. Padilla taken out. Matt Albers comes in. And now, as Alex Rodriguez was at the plate, he hit a ball to the left of Aviles, who kicked it for an error. And in one swing, this could be a one-run game. The batter is Teixeira, first and third, one out. Ball one down and in this bullpen, which has been anything but good for the Red Sox, now will be tested. We're only in the seventh inning. A 9-5 game, first and third, one out. There are 4 runs home on the grand slam by Swisher, giving him 18 RBIs on the season. Now Teixeira, first and third, one out. Out in front of that pitch as Albers fooled him, and the count 1-1.
That's the best pitch made in the inning, as Franklin Morales is now warming for the Red Sox.
Take you through this inning when we get a moment. Here's a 1-1. Strike two. After Andrew Jones led off and struck out, Russell Martin got a base hit. Nunez got a hit. Derek Jeter drew a walk to load the bases, and Nick Swisher went deep. Robinson Cano, after a meeting on the mound with Bob McClure, the pitching coach, hit a double off the wall in left center. Pitching change. The error on the ball hit by Rodriguez. And now the 1-2 pitch to Teixeira is just inside. As we were coming back, here's the error. Aviles to his left. His second error of the season. And it brings in Teixeira, who with one swing, and he's homered today, could make this a one-run game. Here comes a 2-2. High fly ball into left. Back at the wall. This is gone. And a one-run game in Boston. Unbelievable as it's 9-8 here in the seventh inning. This was a 9-0 game, and with this swing, getting it over the wall, the monster in left, it's 9-8.
Talk about simultaneous drama, 3,200 miles apart. The perfect game by Philip Umber, the 3-run home run after the grand slam by Swisher, and we have a one-run game. Unbelievable.
The reaction by Bobby Valentine, who then moments later went out to take the ball from Matt Albers. Morales is coming in. Granderson is coming up, the 9th man to bat in the inning. From a perfect game in Seattle to mayhem here at Fenway. runs on the day and a 9-8 Red Sox lead. It was 9-0 after 5. Yankees have scored the last 8 runs. And we welcome those of you who have been watching the perfect game in Seattle. This game was just rolling along and was a yawner for a while with the scoreboard reading 9-0, and now bang, a run in the 6th, 7 in the 7th. An error led to 1 run in this inning. But the Yankees have hit 2 home runs in this inning alone. A strike on a swing and a miss by Granderson, 1-1. After this, we'll take you back to our visit with Joe Girardi back in the 4th inning. And the score at the time was 7-0. Here is a 1-1. That is ripped into right, and the tying run is on here with 1 out. Our question at the time to Joe Girardi. And I know if you were on the other side of this, up 7-0, you would not be comfortable. We are at Fenway Park, and anything can happen here.
Yeah, a lot of runs can be scored very quickly here because of that wall in left field, and there's been some strange things that happen at this park.
All right, Joe, thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
All right. In the mid-4th, and that wall in left field, and that wall has watched balls either bounce off it or sneak over it for a grand slam by Swisher, a 3-run home run by Teixeira. Teixeira went deep that way back in the 6th. And it's a 9-8 game with a tying run at first and Franklin Morales on the mound. Andrew Jones at the plate. And the 4th pitcher of the day now working for Boston. Dubron was so good as the starter. The bullpen has imploded. They had Granderson leaning and almost picked off.
That is a very quick, short, choppy move to first base. That was very close. Had the throw been a little more toward first, he's out. He may have been out anyway.
Tying run at first, 1 out, and Morales checks on Granderson again, who has a much smaller lead.
Yeah, and you may wonder why Morales is in there to pitch to Alex Rodriguez, representing the go-ahead run. Bobby Valentine has a lot of confidence in Morales, saying he can get right-handers and left-handers out equally.
That is on the outside corner for a strike to Andrew Jones. And the count's 0-1. On deck is Russell Martin.
Jones with tremendous pull power. The Red Sox will try to stay away from him in this spot.
Anthony strike 2, and Jones didn't like that call. Framed well by Saltalamacchia behind the plate. The intensity has been ratcheted up here at Fenway Park. The 0-2 struck him out, 2 gone in the 7th. That's the 2nd time Andrew Jones has struck out in this inning.
Saltalamacchia going up the ladder with the target to get Jones.
Russell Martin now. He has singled 1 for 3. That was against Dubron, who went 6 innings. Allowed 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 7, walked 3. But this is a game again as Russell Martin swings over the top of that pitch, strike 1. The Red Sox will have to go back to work, and in the bottom of this 7th, we'll have the bottom 3 in their lineup. Saltalamacchia, Ross, and Darnell McDonald. Soriano getting loose for the Yankees in their pen. Good breaking ball, strike 2.
That's 5 straight strikes from Morales. 3 to Jones, 2 to Martin.
remember, as we get down toward the end of this game, the Red Sox no longer have that bona fide closer. There's no more Jonathan Papelbon here at Fenway. He's with the Phillies. Andrew Bailey is injured. It's up to Aceves these days, but we're a ways from that. That's high. And a ball one to Russell Martin. Did well to lay off that pitch down and away, and the count evens at 2. Hard hit to Aviles. The inning is over. But the Yankees have climbed back in it. And who knew back in the 6th inning when Mark Teixeira went deep to make it 9-1 where we were headed. A grand slam by Swisher, a 3-run shot by Teixeira the very next inning. A wow from Valentine. A wow from the crowd at Fenway. 9-8, time to stretch in Boston. Foolproof stat. We take you back to the opening game at Fenway Park, April 20th, 1912. Red Sox defeat the New York Highlanders. They became the Yankees the following season. A 7-6 game in 11. Charlie Hall was the winner. Tris Speaker got the game-winning hit with 2 out. Just as the Red Sox can count on Fenway Park, you can count on Just for Men Auto Stop for foolproof results. Here's Rafael Soriano into the game as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's now 9-8. Boston on top, and there are the numbers for Soriano this season.
45 saves 2 seasons ago to lead the American League in saves.
He's been dealing with a cracked nail on the finger in his pitching hand. And he is into the bottom 3 of this Red Sox lineup. Saltalamacchia had a nice game, 2 for 3. Trying to get something restarted for the Red Sox, who have to go back to work now, leading by just 1. The Yankees in the 8th will have Nunez, their number 9 hitter. Jeter and Swisher if anybody gets on Cano. That took the mask and helmet off the face and head of Russell Martin. Still 1-2. David Phelps relieved in the third. And got the game into the seventh. The 2 runs he gave up in the bottom of the 5th inning on a 2-run home run by Cody Ross. The difference in the game now. Here is a 2-2 pitch. Good rip by Saltalamacchia.
Joe, remembering our meeting with Joe Girardi before the game, we asked him if everybody was available in the bullpen tonight. He said, not David Robertson. So we'll see if he stretches out Soriano. Mariano Rivera may go 4 outs today. If they need them, they have to get the lead first.
Here's a shot into the corner and hops out of play and a ground rule double off the bat of Saltalamacchia. His 3rd hit of the day and 2nd double. And a good start to this 7th inning for the Red Sox, with Cody Ross walking in.
When a guy hitting 103 coming into the game, that's Saltalamacchia, with 3 big knocks in this game today.
Phelps went 4. Rapata went a 1/3 of an inning. Freddie Garcia went an inning and 2/3. Now it's Soriano who will try to pitch around that leadoff double. Ross homered his last time. 2 for 3. Ball 1 upstairs. Here's his home run in the 5th inning. Straightaway center and off the roof on top of that area where the camera people do their work out in center. 1-0. He did not go, and it's 2-0. Cody Ross, a postseason hero for the Giants. Now squirts 1 foul off the end of the bat right side. 2-1. We remind you about Fan Cave and what's going on in New York City. It's back, and this year 9 cave dwellers compete to remain in the cave until the final pitch of the World Series. And some of baseball's biggest stars are scheduled to visit and appear in Fan Cave videos. You can check it out at MLBFancave.com. Here's a 2-1. Left side. Nunez looks the runner back, gets the out, 1 away. By the way, you can follow Fan Cave on Twitter at MLBFancave and like it on Facebook. Today's game is sponsored by the 2012 Ford F-150, built Ford tough, and by the Snap Spreader System from Scotts. Feed your lawn. Feed it.
See Cody Ross going back to the dugout near the first base side, very upset with himself because he did not move the runner. Big out for Soriano and the Yankees.
An important run sitting out there for the Red Sox now. Darnell McDonald pops it up. Foul ball. Will there be a play? Teixeira says he's got it. 2 out. And it's up to Mike Aviles, the shortstop, to see if the Red Sox can do something with that leadoff double by Saltalamacchia. Aviles has 2 RBIs with a pair of singles. He has stolen a base and scored a run. Runner at second, Saltalamacchia 2 out, showing bunt, taking a strike, and a good fastball from Soriano. Now Boone Logan, the left-hander, getting loose. with Ryan Sweeney on deck. Runner at second, 2 out, and strike 2. Fastball by the bat of Aviles, 0-2. Again, Nunez, Jeter, and Swisher coming up for the Yankees in the 8th. And it appears they'll be dealing with Franklin Morales, the left-hander. No action at the moment for Bobby Valentine in his Red Sox bullpen. Here comes an 0-2. Fastball misses, ball 1. Inside corner, struck him out looking, and we go into the 8th inning. Aviles puts up a mild argument. We are through 7. Red Sox back to the field, up by 1. Order in the 7th. He gave up a hit, then got a strikeout, a force out to end the inning. And here in the 8th inning with the Yankees batting, Alfredo Aceves, former Yankee and now the closer for the Red Sox, gets loose. Eduardo Nunez takes a breaking ball for a strike, and that pitch has been working for Morales since he came in relief of Matt Albers.
That's the equalizer to right-handed batters that Franklin has.
It's Nunez now, Jeter on deck, and then Swisher. Base hit into left field. And the tying run is on again as Nunez hits a rocket into left. On base for the 3rd straight time. Here is the Mazda moment of the day and the big story around baseball. Certainly the perfect game put together by Phil Humber. The 21st perfect game in Major League Baseball history. Philip Humber was better today. Mazda better.
Just like last year's World Series, you think things are going to be routine, and then all of a sudden, boom. And as we said, 3,200 miles away. A perfect game in Seattle. And about 2 seconds after that, as Joe said, the grand slam home run by Nick Swisher. Later on in the inning, a 3-run home run by Mark Teixeira. And here comes Bobby Valentine again. What a remarkable game this is.
Yeah, and if you saw that last line, Phil Humber is the 7th ex-Met to throw a no-hitter.
Isn't that something?
Mets still don't have one.
No.
Here comes Aceves. 9-8. Runner at first, nobody out. We are in the 8th. Out from behind the right field wall for the Red Sox. The bullpen today has not been good. Padilla, the first one out there. Albers, Morales, a couple of hits, no runs yet. And now Aceves, and it brings back that stat again. Right now, the way they're currently constructed, you see the difference in the experience and the saves racked up, and that's predominantly because of the closer for the Yankees, Rivera and Soriano. Meanwhile, Aceves just winged one over to first base.
And time was out.
I don't know what he was doing there, but here's a guy who is 22-2, Aceves, in his career coming out of the bullpen, record-wise. Tying run is at first. Jeter at the plate. Jeter has been on base 3 times today with 2 hits, a walk, a run scored. On deck is Swisher, then Cano. Former Yankee deals low. If Aceves gets the save today, it will be some kind of save. Trying to go 2 innings and trying to stop what would be a crushing defeat for Bobby Valentine, whose crew has lost 4 straight at home. Up 9-0, now 9-8. 1 on, nobody out in the 8th.
It's only the Red Sox 14th game of the season. If they lose, it'll seem like it's the 114th game of the year.
It's been a trying start on a lot of different levels for Bobby Valentine and the Red Sox. The injury front. Aceves ready with another. Instead, he checks on Nunez, who has stolen 2 on the young season, not been caught.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways Joe Girardi can go here. It's a 1-run ball game, of course. Nunez very fast. Jeter makes contact. Aceves has to throw a strike. The chance of a pitch out remote.
Nunez with a big lead. That pitch is outside, 2-0. Aceves, the 30-year-old right-hander, was with the Yankees through 2010, was with Boston last season, had a great year out of the pen. That's in at the knees, 2-1. Last year was 10-2. Did make 4 starts, but did a good job with a low ERA of 2.61 coming out of the bullpen, predominantly for Terry Francona. He's been installed as the closer with the injury to Andrew Bailey, out with a bad thumb, had surgery. Out until at least after the All-Star break. That's strike 2. 96 from Aceves, 2-2.
Right on the corner to Jeter. Keep in mind, Jeter, one of the better 2-strike hitters in the game.
Tying run, Nunez at first, nobody out. That's foul. Red Sox behind Aceves now have the young left-hander Justin Thomas, Junichi Tozawa, who was just called up from the minor leagues, and Scott Atchison. But after that leadoff hit by Nunez, Bobby Valentine went to Aceves here in the 8th.
Desperate in April.
A lot of attention paid to Nunez at first. Jeter with 2 singles, a walk, a run scored in this game. He's also grounded out. Just inside a full count. How did the Yankees start the runner?
I think so. Not only does Nunez have good speed, you've got to make sure he pitches, however. He has good speed. Jeter, one of the great contact hitters in the game.
He's going. Jeter fouls it.
That's kind of a no-brainer whether to send him or not, particularly with Jeter up there. But if you're Aceves, a couple of tosses to first base might be a good idea. If you're Nunez, on the other hand, you've got to make sure he goes home. It's not your job to steal the base. It's the hitter's job to make contact.
Going again on ball 4 inside. So Aceves comes out of the bullpen and walks Jeter to put 2 on with nobody out for Nick Swisher, who homered his last time up. It was a grand slam last inning in the 7th, and that gave the Yankees a little spark. Later, a 3-run shot by Teixeira. It was more than a spark. It made it a 1-run game, which it is now. And It's even tighter now with 2 on and nobody out in the top of the 8th. Last time the Yankees came back 9 or more runs against Boston was '87. Down 9-0, 1 in 10, 12-11. Swisher with a grand slam and a single, 2 out of 4. Time called at the plate as Aceves stared in to get his sign. Ball 1 inside. A 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. Meanwhile, the shortstop Aviles was in behind the runner at second and out of position.
And Aceves didn't step off. Aviles broke behind Eduardo Nunez at second base. Aceves came home. A little trickling ground ball through the left side would have been exactly that, through the left side.
2 on with nobody out. A quick shot of Ben Cherington, the first-year general manager. Been a lot to handle in this first month of the regular season. That's on the corner, and that's strike 2.
Good fastball from Aceves. Right there.
Swisher skies one into center. Back at the wall. This ball is off the wall. 1 run scores. It'll be Nunez. Jeter right behind him. And with that, the Yankees have taken the lead. Down 9-0. They lead it in the 8th, 10-9.
Nunez came back to second base to tag up. Jeter had a better view, thought it was going to be off the wall, knew he had to get to second to score. Ross goes back off the wall. Fielded by Sweeney, but watch Nunez and Jeter converge at second. Jeter almost laps him. Nunez scores. There's actually a play at home plate, but Jeter beats it as the Yankees unbelievably take the lead.
And it's Swisher who has driven in 6 in the last 2 innings. A career high in a ball game, and now the Boston Red Sox are trailing 10-9. And there's still nobody out. And you can see they're going to walk Cano and pitch to Alex Rodriguez.
I don't know that that's a good move. I mean, you're trailing by 1 run. I mean, you're talking about a guy with 631 home runs here. He's been struggling against left-handed pitching, 0 for 23 on the year, but not against right-handers.
So Cano will reach for the 3rd time today, 2nd time on a walk, 1st intentional walk. And it'll be Alex Rodriguez with 2 on and still nobody out.
This game has almost been split in half, Joe. The Red Sox score 9 runs in 5 innings. The Yankees have scored 10 runs the last 3. Unbelievable.
And for the Yankees now, the advantage they own over the Red Sox is out in that bullpen.
Sitting in the bullpen in the person of Mariano Rivera. But remember, David Robertson, that's what Joe Girardi told us before the game, he's not available tonight to work the 8th. So, man.
Here's Rodriguez, 2 on, nobody out. On the inside corner, strike 1. Rodriguez is hitless on the day. Did reach on an error by Aviles, a shortstop, last inning prior to the Teixeira 3-run home run. He's grounded out twice and struck out. More action for the Red Sox in their bullpen as Rodriguez lays off ball 1 down and away. Tazawa, the right-hander. Justin Thomas, the lefty. Rodriguez waits for a 1-1 from Aceves. Good pitch in on his hand, strike 2.
It's a vintage pitch when you can get it there on Alex Rodriguez. Right in on the hands.
Aceves brings it. Rodriguez lays off it high, 2-2. Felix Dubronc, the starter, went 6 and was tremendous. He will not get a win. He threw 99 pitches, taken out. And the combination of Padilla, Albers, Morales, and Aceves had watched a 9-0, then 9-1 lead disappear. Here comes a 2-2. Breaking ball is low, full count.
Well, you saw the runner Nunez running with Derek Jeter having the count 3-2. I don't think now with Rodriguez up there is the time to send the runners.
Time called as Aceves steps off and Rodriguez steps out. (10-9) Yankees in the 8th. Boston will have Sweeney, Pedroia, and Gonzalez in the bottom of the inning, trailing by at least 1. That is a rocket down the line. It is foul. Into the corner, a foul ball as the third base umpire Jeff Nelson called it. It leaves our view, and it was foul by about a foot.
Aceves tried to come back inside to Rodriguez. Alex appeared to be looking for that pitch and just fouled it off down the line.
Another 3-2 pitch to Alex Rodriguez with 2 on, nobody out, is up and away, and that'll load him up. Aceves gets a visit from Saltalamacchia. Teixeira's coming up. And with Teixeira digging in, we'll go down to Ken Rosenthal. Ken? We'll go to Kenny after this first pitch. Bases loaded, nobody out. Teixeira, 2 home runs in his last 2 at-bats. Ball 1. Kenny.
Joe, with that home run in the last inning, Mark Teixeira did something he did not do all of last season. Hit an opposite field home run from the left side. He hit 24 home runs batting left-handed last year. 23 went to right, 1 to center. He closed his stance this season from the left side, worked hard on going the other way. That home run was his reward.
Here's one foul, and the count 1-1. He took some weight off as well. Came to spring training a little lighter, hoping to avoid that slow start. He has helped his April here today with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. He rips one down the right field line. This ball is fair. 1 hop into the seats, and a ground rule double brings home 2 more, and the Yankees lead by 3. 12-9 here in the 8th.
That's what hampers an inning when you walk a guy intentionally with nobody out and you don't have the lead, too. Bobby Valentine electing to walk Robinson Cano, and then you have the walk to the fat part of the lineup in Alex Rodriguez, and now Mark Teixeira doubles, and now things are more inclined to open up.
Twelve unanswered runs scoring, and now the intentional walk to Granderson, second intentional pass of the inning. Remember, this started with a base hit by Eduardo Nunez into right. Aceves was brought in, and he can't get an out.
No.
That'll load him up. Andrew Jones is the next scheduled hitter. And here is our game summary as Bobby Valentine is going to make the pitching change. And the Yankees are going to go to Ibanez. Swisher with a career high 6 RBIs. The Red Sox bullpen has imploded. And the lead that was once 9-0 for Boston, they now trail 12-9. The look on the face of Bobby Valentine is his team has blown the lead. The elation of Nick Swisher. Yankees on top, and another pitching change in the 8th. Valentine, who made the pitching change, heard this as he made his way to the dugout.
Hey, Joe, we've been around the game a long time. I have rarely, if ever, seen a manager at any time during the year have a worse week than Bobby Valentine has had. Starting with the quote about Youkilis and all of the things, the 4-game losing streak, and the Red Sox with a 9-run lead, and they've blown it. It's now 12-9 Yankees. Remarkable.
Bases are loaded, nobody out, and Ibanez was announced as the pinch hitter, the left-handed batter, so the lefty Justin Thomas comes in. Ibanez batting for Andrew Jones, who was 0 for 3 with a walk while he was in there. There are the runners on. That is a rocket for a double play. Caught by Adrian Gonzalez and right to the bag to double up Granderson, and there's nothing he could do. Ibanez couldn't have hit it any harder.
One of the very few breaks the Red Sox have gotten all week. This ball scalded, and a great play by Gonzalez. Steps on the bag for the double play.
Ibanez off the bench hits into the double play, and Russell Martin bats second and third, 2 out. 4 runs home, and the Yankees leading 12-9 here in the 8th inning. Fly ball into center. That's well hit. Back is Ross. This one's over his head. 2 more runs. Martin will dig for second. He's got a 2-out, 2-run double. And it's been a 6-run inning. 14-9 here in the 8th.
Looking for the fastball. He gets it and drills it over the head of Cody Ross in center field.
The Yankees have now batted around for the 2nd consecutive inning, and there was nothing cheap about
any of them.
Yeah, any of that. Everything's been hard hit. Even the double play hit into by Ibanez. Here's one into shallow left. That will allow Martin to get only the third as Aviles hauled it in. It's an infield hit for Nunez, who's on for the 4th consecutive time, and it's his 2nd hit of this 8th inning.
How about that?
You look at the offense, and this is like 2 games. The way they started the first 5 innings and the way it's ending. And with Jeter coming up, Tazawa's coming in. Ballpark's been around for 100+ years. This is one of the craziest days it's seen. Runs in the last 2 innings lead 14-9. And Bobby got that same response when he went to the dugout after making the pitching change, and a little tip of the cap on his way off as the crowd let him have it going to the dugout after taking out Justin Thomas.
Well, you've got to defend yourself in some way. And all you can do is tip your cap, I guess. I've got to be thinking, wonder what Terry Francona's thinking right now.
He's got the game tomorrow night.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Whew.
Terry Francona, who got the loudest ovation here yesterday.
Right.
In the whole 100-year anniversary day at Fenway Park. Here's Tozawa, who fires a strike. He's called up from the minor leagues. Mark Melanson, the right-hander, who had 20 saves for a last-place Houston team last year, has been shipped out to AAA. And it's Tozawa now coming out of the bullpen. Only one guy left out there as a fastball misses inside. 93 on the radar gun, 1-1. From Dubron to Padilla to Albers to Morales, Aceves didn't get anybody out. Justin Thomas now, Junichi Tozawa. Jeter at the plate, runners at first and third, 2 out. Runner goes, steals second, that's Nunez, who has 3 straight hits, including 2 in this inning.
Tell you how crazy this game is. The 8th and 9th hitters of the Yankees in the last 2 innings are both 3 for 3.
It is just keeps turning.
Stunning.
And with second and third, 2 out, a 1-2 pitch coming to Jeter. Fastball's low. Swisher has 6 RBIs in his last 2 at bats, and he's scored 2 runs. Here comes a 2-2 pitch to Derek Jeter, second and third, 2 out. Full count. Jeter has walked his last 2 times to the plate. He has 2 singles. He's been on base 4 times today. Here's the 3-2. Left side, Aviles in the hole, slips, gets up, safe, and another run scores. They're giving Jeter a hit as Aviles lost his footing, got up, and still almost got Jeter, who just beat the throw.
Yeah, losing your footing is not a boot. Tozawa deserves a better fate. But the Yankees played another one.
And they make it 15-9. 15 runs on 16 hits. And after getting 7 in the 7th, they've scored 7 in the 8th. Now it's Nick Swisher. 3-hit day, 6 RBIs, at a grand slam that really got this thing going in the 7th. And a strike hits the outside corner. Now the 0-1. Fly ball into center, and that will end the inning.
Mercifully.
As Cody Ross hauls it in. 1 in the 6th. 7 in the 7th. 7 in the 8th. 15-9 after 7.5 here at Fenway Park. What a day. What a game. Bottom of the 8th inning. We heard from David Ortiz on our pregame show leading into the start of this game at straight up 4 o'clock. It is now just past 7:30, about 7:35, and into the game is Boone Logan. He will deal with Ryan Sweeney, then Dustin Pedroia, then Adrian Gonzalez. And the Yankees can flex their muscle in the bullpen, and the power they have down there with a hard throwing lefty Boone Logan. Now they still obviously have Mariano Rivera if they need to or want to go in that direction. But it is a 6-run game.
The Yankees have scored 15 runs in their last 23 at bats.
There's Robertson on your left, obviously Rivera on the right as a 1-0 comes home from Boone Logan. Strike one on Sweeney, who had a double, a run scored, a sac fly. He's 1 for 3. If the Yankees win, tie their biggest comeback win in team history, and it would be the 5th time they've overcome a 9-run deficit, 3rd time against the Red Sox. But Boston would like to do something about that in their last 2 cracks at the Yankee bullpen, as that one's inside 2-1. From a 1-5 trip to start the year for Boston, they won 3 straight. That good start from Beckett. Now they've lost 4 straight at home and trailed today. That's off the end of the bat into left. And Ibanez goes to his right, makes the catch, 1 out. Today's game is sponsored by Lexus in their pursuit of perfection. And by the makers of Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of MLB. By the way, Soriano, while he was in there, went 1 inning, allowed no runs, got around that leadoff double, his only hit, struck out 1. Strike 1. The Red Sox, this is their 14th game, and it will be the 4th time already they've allowed 10 or more runs in a ball game. But it wasn't the starting pitching today. Felix Doubront was outstanding. Threw 99 pitches, and then all heck broke loose when the bullpen started with Vicente Padilla. 2 quick strikes on Pedroia. With 1 out, nobody on. Dustin today has 2 hits. He's 2 for 4 with an RBI. Here's an 0-2. Got him swinging as he pulled the string, and Pedroia is out number 2 here in the 8th.
Good breaking ball from Logan to get Pedroia.
It will bring in Adrian Gonzalez.
Once again, Joe, a couple of weeks ago when the Red Sox played their 2nd game in Detroit, we talked about the importance of getting off to a good start this year, that they couldn't afford it because of what happened last September. They were 7-20. Some of the starting pitchers were talked about drinking beer and ordering pizza and eating during the games. Things mushroomed. Terry Francona left. Theo Epstein left. And now a start like this, the next year, woeful.
First pitch of ball to Adrian Gonzalez. Fouled back, Ken Rosenthal. This has been some kind of start here for the Red Sox.
Well, it's a really interesting dynamic here with Bobby Valentine and what's going on. We've heard, obviously, the crowd and their reaction today. But in the opinion of rival executives, Valentine was Larry Lucchino, the club president's attempt to reclaim power in the organization. And those executives believe that Lucchino and the Red Sox are not going to give up on Valentine very easily. And they also believe that Valentine is not about to resign from one of the most prestigious jobs in sports. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, as hostile as this crowd has become.
Pitch is down and away, 2 balls and a strike. So the count 2-1 on Adrian Gonzalez. Boone Logan. As Gonzalez out in front of that pitch, it's 2-2. There's Larry Lucchino on the right, John Henry, principal owner here with the Red Sox, on the left. All the success under Francona, the World Championship in 2004, again in 2007, the meltdown at the end of last year. As Gonzalez out in front, pops it into shallow right. Swisher is there, and it is a 1-2-3 inning. We haven't had one of those in a while as we go to the 9th, 15-9. Yankees on top here at Fenway. We go into the 9th inning. Yankees will bat. Robinson, Cano, then Alex Rodriguez, then Mark Teixeira. Yankees trying to take the first 2 games of this series. One here yesterday, 6-2, pounded out 5 home runs, and now Cody Epley, a right-hander.
Before the game yesterday, I talked to Cody, who was out early, about 3 hours before the game. I said, have you ever been in this ballpark? He said, no. Can you imagine seeing a game like this in this park when you've never been here, or even if you've been here?
Well, if you consider what he got a chance to see, and Fenway fans and anybody watching on TV got a chance to see with that celebration before the game yesterday, then the ball game, not today. Counts 1-1 on Cano, leading it off here in the ninth. Tozawa got the final out in the top of the eighth. Off the mound to make the play. The throw is good, 1 out. And we give you our Burger King smooth plays of the game. Mark Teixeira with 2 home runs. One from each side of the plate. Also had that double. With the bases loaded in the eighth. And then how about Nick Swisher? The grand slam he hit in the 7th. And then the go-ahead RBIs with that 2-run double in the 8th. The number 2 hitter Swisher, the number 5 hitter Teixeira. And with 1 out, nobody on, Rodriguez on a breaking ball spins out of the way. By the way, for Teixeira, 13th game with a home run from each side of the plate as this breaking ball rolls up there on ball 1. For Teixeira, that extends his major league record for homering from each side of the plate within the same game. Fastball by the bat of Rodriguez, 1-1.
Joe, in 1979 at Wrigley Field, I saw the Philadelphia Phillies. I was in uniform at the time. The Philadelphia Phillies won 23-22 over the Cubs. 4 years earlier, the Phillies trailed with 1 out and nobody on in the 6th inning, 13-2, and won the game 18-16. Mike Schmidt hit 4 home runs that day in 1976. He hit the first one off Rick Russell and the last one off Paul Russell to win it in the 10th inning. Those 2 games stand out in my mind as 2 of the more memorable games, but I have never seen the balance of power shift in a game like this one had from the 5th inning through here the 9th.
Counts 1-2 on Rodriguez with 1 out, nobody on. That is a fair ball. Third baseman bounces it over but gets the out. That's Nate Spears for out number 2. Wally the Green Monster took to the streets of New York City this week in search of new friends and to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Fenway Park. You can watch Wally take Manhattan in a brand new video at MLBFanCave.com. Here is Teixeira, who's had that big day. In the 2nd, he led off, he grounded out. In the 4th inning, he struck out against Dubront. In the 6th inning, he went deep for the only run to score against Felix Dubront, made it 9-1. Then he hit a 3-run home run in the 7th. That made it 9-8. And he was in on that 7-run 8th inning with a 2-run double. So he has a 6 RBI day. So does he. Here is a 1-0 pitch. Out in front of it was Teixeira, ball and a strike. Tozawa relieved last inning, and he has restored order from the mound for the Red Sox. We're getting Swisher in the 8th, and now Cano and Rodriguez to start the 9th. Red Sox in the bottom of the inning will start it with a DH Ortiz. Tozawa brings it, and Teixeira floats one shallow left. Spears out to grab it, and the inning is over. Now a 1-2-3 inning on the other side. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Red Sox coming to the plate, trailing by 6. presented by Chevrolet. Look at some of the Fenway favorites that have happened in the 100 now plus year history of Fenway Park. June of '46, Ted Williams in that 502-foot home run. September of 1960, home run in his last at bat. You know what happened in '75 with a Fisk home run. September 12th, '79, Yaz with his 3,000th hit. Roll on through the 20 strikeout game. Roger Clemens, we were here in '99 for the All-Star game, and Ted Williams making his return and then winning it all. And it started with that Game 4 comeback against the Yankees in 2004 in the ALCS, winning it at the end of a 4-game sweep in St. Louis to win the first championship for the Red Sox in 86 years. As David Ortiz takes a strike, and part of the history of this stadium, when you look at all the happy memories, have been some of the disappointments over the years and generations that never saw a championship in this stadium that's had such a unique relationship to this entire region.
And during the regular season, this is one of them, this game right now.
Ortiz grounds one through the right side. He couldn't be more hot. 4 hits and a walk, an RBI, and a run scored. He's still swinging it well, and he's on to start the bottom of the ninth. And he keeps finding holes in that shift.
He does. Seems like Robinson Cano, he has hit balls over his head during this series. Hit them to his right, hit them to his left.
Nate Spears lifted for Nick Punto. And that's it for Boone Logan.
Cody Epley, first time at Fenway.
So Cody Epley into the ball game. 1 on, nobody out. It's a 6-run game in the bottom of the 9th inning as the Yankees use their 6th pitcher of the day. West Coast, America's most wanted, following this game, and with 1 on and nobody out in the 9th inning, Cody Epley, who got into the ball game yesterday, the right-hander who was picked up from the Texas Rangers organization, is into the action to deal with Nick Punto off the bench to bat for Nate Spears.
Cody picked up from the Rangers after spring training. I said it was his first appearance. It's his first series at Fenway Park. Yesterday before the game, awestruck with the contours here at Fenway.
Punto up there with 1 on and nobody out, strike 1. Nick, part of a world championship last year in St. Louis. Good, valuable piece off the bench. Saltalamacchia on deck. That's outside. A ball and a strike. Sixth pitcher of the day. Garcia, Rapata, Phelps, Soriano, Boone Logan, and now Epley, and the sidewinding right-hander misses with ball 2. Poncho hitting .286. Out in front, that is caught for a double play. Line drive caught for out number 1, and to the bag to double off Ortiz, 2 out.
Similar to the play that Adrian Gonzalez made against the Yankees with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. But of course, the Yankees with a 6-run lead makes it very, very different.
And now the batter is Saltalamacchia. So think about this from the Yankees' perspective. They have their starter last less than 2 innings. They get completely shut down by the Red Sox starter Felix Doubront. They wanted a day off in their bullpen for Robertson. They're going to get a day off, it appears, for Rivera, and they're going to come all the way back from a 9-0 deficit to beat the Red Sox as they lead it 15-9, although they won't go yet. A 2-out hit by Saltalamacchia, who has 4 straight hits, and the game will continue for Cody Ross. Mariano Rivera is signing baseballs. Mike Harkey's going to go make a friend. Boston Bruins lost earlier today to the Capitals. 4-3. They're down 3-2 in that best-of-7 series. Here's a pitch up and away to Ross. Here is a 1-0. Fastball for a strike.
Go back to the adages in baseball. Take them one at a time and stuff like that. Just some games seem like more than just one game, and this is one of them from the Boston Red Sox standpoint.
That is strike 2. Winning the first 3 games of this homestand, now staring at their 5th consecutive loss here at home. And more questions, and more heat, more pressure and frustration. As this one bounces in on a wild pitch, and Saltalamacchia down to second with 2 out. So it's Epley trying to get that final out. And when these two teams meet tomorrow night, it will be Daniel Bard, the right-hander, who threw 111 pitches his previous start against Tampa Bay, taking on CC Sabathia. Night game tomorrow night here at Fenway. Strike 3 called, and this game and this day at Fenway Park is over. 15-9 is the final. Soriano gets the win. Out of the bullpen, Aceves, who did not get an out, suffers the loss. A 3-hour, 52-minute game. And it was a tale of 2 halves in this game. The first half belonged to the Red Sox. The more important half, the back end of it, belonged to the Yankees. Tomorrow, NASCAR on Fox heads to Kansas City for the STP 400 live from Kansas. Speedway coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern. And then next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, the Brewers face the Cardinals. NL Central battle. Albert Pujols and the Angels visit the Indians or the Royals and Twins. Check local listings for the game in your area. For more information on today's game and the latest in Major League Baseball news, log on to foxsports.com on MSN, the world's favorite sports site. For Tim McCarver and Ken Rosenthal, Joe Buck, so long from Boston. Also from Pete Macheska, our producer, Bill Webb, our director. You've been watching Fox Sports, home of the 2012 NLCS and the World Series. Good night from Fenway.